Hello guys.
Select your god.
Man, I hate first picking. I never know what to pick. I really don't want to deal with Bari though. So I'll do that. Wow. Well, I'm probably really cooked. This is why I hate first picking. What is that? Shit. Oh well. Yeah, no, their comp is so anti-Bari, it's kind of insane. No, I kind of wish I didn't pick it. I guess if I'm first pick, I gotta stop picking something that isn't like an actual tank at this point. Unless, well, no, maybe I just have to pick something that doesn't have an actual counter. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Because like if I pick something like Cabrakan or some shit, like it's still gonna suck into an Odin, but at least Cabrakan is actually good right now. Our comp is like so rough into an Odin. And I'm pretty sure that's Odin jungle.
Princess Pari.
Princess, let's do the skin.
Gaze upon me and witness perfection.
Wait, why is she closer without the skin? Interesting. Do I maybe actually try to go a little bit, maybe just a little bit tanky? Yeah, no, I think I go Beats, and maybe I sneak in a Helm of Darkness to get out of the Odin Ring. I think that's the best way I can play this. Otherwise, I'm super cooked. So I'll start Devos as usual, but after Devos, I will go straight into that. Let's do that. Unless I get really fed, who knows? Maybe if I get really fed early on, I might not do that, but realistically, there's no reason for me not to just do that. It's better than dying on cooldown.
minions have spawned.
I knew I was going to do it, that's why I was looking for him, but... That's why I got punish it. Absolutely make sure that I punish it. It's super predictable, he does that shit every single time.
Okay.
I gotta just chill, I guess, if the jungler is for some reason on the right side. That's really unfortunate. And he actually just is.
Enemies in right lane. Every shard falls into place.
It's very good for me that he doesn't get a kill out of that.
Gank middle lane.
Okay.
Okay.
That's too bad.
It's back. Finish this. Get a ward as well, because Odin is scary as fuck, and I will 1000% die, I feel like. If he shows up, that is. I don't see me surviving a single gank from Odin. If he's all this up. Then I'm just super cooked.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. Gank.
Shouldn't have missed my 3. Back camps always spawn a bit awkwardly, because there's always when the wave comes.
Enemies in left lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, shoot into it the wrong way. He needs to get him, because I am so dead. He needs to get him. Banner, no, man! Ah, what the fuck? That sucks, man. That really sucks. A 1-for-1 is okay, I'll take that. Because then at least I'm not falling behind. And I cannot fall behind in this lane, I'll be a snack. But since that jungler is good, there's a high chance we lost both our buffs for this as well. Or at least that I lost my blue. All good.
Your right tower is under attack.
No! Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean as well.
Team
That
has
sucks.
destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's so low as well. Fuck. I wanted to fight too, but I shouldn't have, knowing that Mordred ult is always up. And mine wasn't.
Your right tower is under attack.
Silence. Let the echoes.
Like, Thana might not be doing well, but listening to Acne say the same command every single time Thana does something is just annoying as well. Did you go? Oh, you went. Okay. You went Mystical Mail first.
Your left tower is under attack.
They know you're there.
Yes.
It was a fine attempt. It's just ganking Mordred isn't really gonna be worth it. It's too easy for him to get away. Fuck. I don't know. I'm struggling with the upgrade version of that in this game. It's just so much faster.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Damn it! Okay, and that just kills me before my ult animation even goes off.
Middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in right lane.
Fuck, man. Premature beats into that is terrible, man.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack. Nice job.
Maybe I should have gone for an in build since I'm building this helm, but it still works. At least that's the nice part about having some hybrid scaling.
Enemy missing one. I'll attack right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not really sure I can think of a worse thing to deal with right now on their front line as a Bari.
Enemy spotted.
It's so rough. They have everything.
Gank left lane.
Your
My
left
way.
tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Briefly.
Okay, I mean, I only literally went in because he was trying to block and bait, I guess, but whatever. I'm so done with this game, man. It's just too often that... It's actually, I think literally every time I don't queue with a jungler, my jungler just doesn't exist. And somehow always gets me behind. Quit. No, I do enjoy it. Like, I'm not to a point where I think it's unhealthy for me to play, but... I just wish my junglers had hands in a lot of my games. And I tend to balance out the smite with some chill game when I stop streaming.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
I'm definitely down to surrender. I think that this is so Jover. They have better players and they have better gods. So
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm not really into the whole, like, you know, people quitting for health reasons. I think they should if they need to. But like, if definitely if playing a game for you is bad, you shouldn't play it. But I'm not really in that boat. I am actually playing the game because I think it's fun, despite its frustrations at times. Because obviously can be. I think any online game can be.
Gank right lane.
Enemy spotted. On my way.
Like, I'm level 13, man.
Left tower is under attack. Your
I'm
left
so
tower
unbelievably
is
cooked, dude.
destroyed.
They're fucking so big as higher level than me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your middle
Unintentional, but I'll block that. That thing would have killed him. Fucked up dagger. I got really greedy for Cupid there. Man, we're really just staying like that?
Your middle
Why are we just
tower
backing?
is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I think that fight would have been really huge actually if Thana ended up finishing off the Cupid, but it's just unfortunate we were so far behind. Like, he's only level 13. It would have been nice if he was a bit higher level,
The pyro
because then he would have just finished it off. He killed himself with dagger? No, I don't think he did. I think he killed himself. He almost, because he had fire, he was reaching a lot. He probably went right below the window, regened back up, and then died to a dot the second that he used dagger as well. It was just really unfortunate timing. I don't think dagger actually killed him. He had multiple dots on him at the time. Oh, it said he killed himself? Interesting. I guess a glitch probably happened then. That does sound weird. I thought one of us got the kill for it.
Defend middle lane. Defend middle lane.
We need wards.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
I think the only way I get back into this game is by getting a bunch of kills. Probably same thing with Thana, because they're just stealing all the farm now. Oh, he late beats. That really sucks. He should not have died. Guess I ulted late as well there. Everything's fucking up.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Nice job.
I will never understand the mentality of not surrendering. Like sometimes people have bad games. Whatever, man. Let's just go move on. Like we're literally not winning anywhere. Let's surrender. Let's stop wasting all our time and just move on. That's it. I'm actually surprised I somehow did top damage, man. I felt like I fucking did nothing this game. Mid-caster minion killed mid-caster minion. That's weird. I guess, yeah, I guess there was a bug somewhere. I feel like what I'm saying probably still adds up. He probably was. Maybe like some weird case. Yeah, I don't know actually. That's weird. I don't think I've seen like glitch for that long. Or like I haven't seen a glitch at all in that long since it came out. Those bugs like that in the beginning. Oh yeah, Jasper. I don't know what happened to Cubio. I think he just quit. I mean, he probably just tired the game, like I was originally when I quit. And I was fully expecting the ganks as well in general. It was just more like I'm sad that when I was ganked, my ultimate wasn't going off, or it was like very strange times where it happened. Like we were doing gold, or they were on gold or something, and then Odin for some reason is ganking me at the same time. That just means that's how far behind we are. They don't even need the junglers to be around gold for them to just do it. It's just how little of a threat we really had somewhere else. But yeah, that kind of went as to be expected. Not playing a tank in this meta at the moment in solo. Though I will say, I think the main problem was the fact that it was two tanks that I was against. If it was like a normal assassin, I would have had a bigger chance. It's just Odin Mordred is fucking wild. Like it doesn't matter what I play. Like honestly, I could play Hercules and that same shit would still happen the same way. That's just a really, really shitty comp to deal with for anyone. Probably bet the Ares still. I haven't seen that many scary Ares, but like when he is scary, he's really scary.
Your god.
Do I just go Nem? I don't really feel like playing it, so no, but I really, really don't want to deal with it. And I would honestly don't know what else to play. There's not really anything else that screams at me right now, but I really don't feel like playing them. Yeah. If I don't know what to play anyway, I might as well. Alright, let me open up Slay the Spire. I do have something I want to try today. It's going to be something stupid again, like the Loki tank thing. But I need to do that when I feel like I have someone else in my team that can probably carry. Since I might not be able to. I mean, yeah, no, this would have been good if I had the health for it, but dude, I'm so low on health already. That feels like a mistake. Ah, fuck it. Oh, it's max health. Oh shit. Okay, never. Well, okay, I misunderstood. Well, fuck, I lost half my health. Time to just try and not die, I suppose. Well, it's just what a shitty starting hand. One damaging ability. I mean, I appreciate when my Q games mute themselves when I'm not tapped into them. Not all games do that these days. But I appreciate it so I don't have to manually mute it every time. I mean, it's the biggest brawler games I've ever seen, so I guess I'll do that. I think I just challenged them. Like, no matter what I'm against, I do believe, yeah, both have healing. I do believe Cerberus counts as a heal, right? His passive. If I'm wrong, that really sucks into this matchup, but at least Brawlers is still good overall in this game. With them having both Thana and Guan.
Minions have spawned.
You're serious.
No Yetsu in the game though, so probably not a level 1 invade. Level 1 invading into this comp probably means death though, even more than the other one. Might have done one auto too many. Close.
I need the jungle book.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. is all I need. There's no running from me. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Hello, Yeto.
Be careful.
No, it's fine, Yeto. I generally don't mind the invade, because it usually makes for an easy first blood, to be honest. When people invade like that, and I'm playing something that is good early on, at least they're pretty easy. It's either lane control or an early kill. In any, like, in a way, you're helping me more than not. And on Bari, I don't need blue anyway. So, for me, getting the first blood is way more valuable. While it does suck losing the XP, it's not the end of the world.
One strike is all I need.
Enemy missing.
Now, it would suck on some gods though, like Nem. If I lose blue on Nem early on, I'm kinda cooked. She's so man hungry.
On my way.
Retreat!
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Attack!
I'm 1 HP doing not attack.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Ha!
Ooh, hate to see it. But not really.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Balance. Let me tip the scales.
Your middle tower is under attack. Take a spade on your parade.
There's no running from me. Help middle lane.
You are fabuloso.
Is that Thanos? No, okay, never mind. For a second, I thought that was gonna be a Thanos support.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
Oh well, let's go back. No! I tried to cancel it. Fuck, do I just wait? No, man, I can't do that. Shit. Oh, man. I'm waiting. I can't wait, actually, FTP. Phew. That would be so fucking unsatisfying.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Enemies incoming left. USA! USA!
Enemy missing right.
On my way.
There's no running from me. Let me tip the scales.
Range, wash them away.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Nowhere to run.
Is this
nowhere to
aspect?
hide.
Not aspect. Okay.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Be careful.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got body blocked by creeps. I don't believe it. There should have been a kill on fucking CERN. Not CERN. Fucking hell. Cerberus. God damn it. I'm so mad. Fucking creeps body blocked the shit out of me.
Enemy missing.
Man. Oh well. It is what it is.
Gank left
On 1
lane.
HP, watch out. I repeat, I'm low.
One strike is all I need. There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Gank right lane.
Enemy ultimate down. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
They're coming left, guys. We should help left.
Ha!
And the rain shall wash them away.
Not bad.
Or the Gold Fury.
Defend left lane.
Ha!
On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
There's no running.
Yeah, I don't even have TP, so I can't help them out there.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Enemy nowhere to
Tower
hide.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under
There's no
Enemy behind you.
enemy has been slain.
style.
Okay.
My style.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Up high. Double kill. Shut down, Jack.
Come on, Susanna, man. Why you left us, dude?
Attack the Gold Fury.
On my way. Be careful.
One strike. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Enemy missing
On
right.
my way.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Cancel that.
There's no running from me.
Cancel that.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. One strike. There's no running from me.
Oh, my horrific. Your left tower.
Figured he was gonna try again.
Settle this with balance. Nice. Let us hit the scale. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. It's like that was you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's no running from me. I built this to withstand armies.
Enemy tower. The Pyromancer.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Your left tower is under attack.
My one of my three is so close to being off cooldown, it hurts. It's so close. Man, and I can fight back if it fucking comes back. Ugh. I did get super greedy by seeing a low HP Agni. It's like, wow, that looks kind of tasty to me. Maybe I should
Your
take a
middle
bite.
tower is under attack. Be careful left.
There's no running from
Tana
Yes,
me.
is there,
certainly
Tana is
did.
there, watch out. Medusa, watch out, Tana is behind you.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere
Your
to
middle
hide.
tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. There's no running from me. One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There's no running from me. Enemy missing right. Ha! Let's settle this with style. My style.
Probably have to be careful. There's a chance that... Actually, no mind. He's still on left.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. On my way. I'll gank left lane. Help left lane.
Your left tower.
There's no running from me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Let me tip the scale. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The guilty always fall. Judgment is my domain.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has
There's
been
no
slain.
running from me.
Okay.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
Energy for the next strike.
They will try to go gold, please, guys.
Help!
I think we're okay for now.
There's no running from me.
Probably.
Ward the Gold Fury. One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I think we should be able to melee even harder now with Sanguine. Maybe I can take advantage of this.
There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Retreat.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Style, my style. Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
One strike is all I need. Judgment is my domain.
Do fire, come on. Medusa, don't die in mid, do fire.
There's no running from me.
I mean, let's do pirate, please, dude.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Just throw away my ward so I can pick that up.
Yeah, that was Apollo ulti.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Be right back.
Balance is over here. Let me tip the scales.
On my way. Attack right lane.
Cancel that.
They're all around, don't fight us. Wait for people to group first.
Yeah.
Judgment is my domain. It's lights out for you.
Your right
The
tower
guilty always fall.
like a jaguar.
Let me tip the scales.
Guan Yu all down and Cerberus all down. This guy should be free.
I hate that Guan Yu. 1 HP.
Enemy has been slain. Come and get the range shall wash them away.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere
Medusa, I think we can do gold. I'll come to gold here.
War the fire giant.
There's no running from me. Attack!
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Attack the dog!
Judgment is my domain. Ha!
Your team has destroyed the gold viewers. Attack fire giant. The Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way.
One strike is all I need.
I'll solo defend left. If there's too many people in left, you guys can probably go fire.
Nowhere to run.
Your team has
Nowhere to
destroyed the
hide.
Pyromancer.
Attack.
Apollo will have ult though, so keep an eye out.
Has been destroyed.
There is 3 people
Your
here.
right tower is under attack.
Balance.
Alright, we have bomb and F ulti, okay?
Let me tip
This
the
game
They're
is
still here, so-
stolen.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Enemy has been slain.
I'm back into this.
Thanet behind, boys.
Enemy has
Agni's trying to get Phoenix, guys.
under attack. Come and get some.
There's no running from me.
On my way. Group up.
is all nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
There's no running from me. On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Fabuloso! Triple kill! Ooh. Oh, you move like a jaguar! Ooh.
Should probably wait for me to get there before we fight, guys.
Yeah, let's
There's
see
no
the
running
fight
from
last.
me. Let's settle this with style. My style. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Bit unfortunate my team took that fight. We're very unfortunate, I should say. Me dying so that they don't get anything before, and then we don't group for me, and fuck, dude. Like, just play around me, and we should win these fights.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Gotta see if I can just get 20
There's no running
for
from
this
me.
next fight. What do I even get out of it? Just movement speed? Okay, I mean, I guess I'm just leveling up for the stats then. For the base stats.
Be right back.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to hide.
Actually, if he overstays...
There's no running from me.
The Gold Fury.
Let's settle this. Judgment is my
Found out now.
domain.
Do gold,
Nowhere
don't
to
fight
run,
them. Do gold.
Nowhere to hide.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
There's no running from me. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Left flank. Your right tower is under attack.
There's no running from me.
Just fall back, this isn't good for us. We should get rid of the fire.
Nowhere to hide. The guilty always fall. One balance is over. There's no running from me.
GG's, boys.
That worked out in the end. Did not think that was going to be particularly good for us, to be honest. But they solo pull Kabrakan, that's just definitely not the choice either. So lucky for us that they went in on something like that. Ouch. I mean, this guy fucking sucks, man. My character is currently confused, meaning my cards are being randomly... Like, the cost is randomly chosen. And it keeps being high, which fucking sucks for me, man. I can't... Yeah, I don't really have a choice here, man. I'm just fucked. I'm gonna lose so much HP. Couldn't have gotten this shit before, huh? Great. Oh well, at least I survive. Oh yeah, I also heal a lot if I go below 50%. Actually, maybe this is kind of clutch. This one could be kind of sick. I see the ice cream truck is being picked up on the mic. I apologize. I can't really stop it from happening. Do I have to actually use this potion for it to be in effect? I think I just gotta skip this potion for now. Spend Bari. I might ban Odin as well, because I'm getting tired of this fucking god. I'll ban the Ares.
Select your god.
Should have banned the Odin. Just instant Odin Modred again, man. I feel like I've seen this before. What do I pick into that then? I could go Chalk. I could go... what else? Cabrakan. We do have a lot of magic though. Bellona. I'll do Thor, I guess. I'm not really sure what else to pick here. I need something with mobility, and we need Initiate in our team comp as well. Though to be real, Cabrakan probably would have been the best pick, but we would have so much magic. Which isn't bad, like we still have Neath, so we would have probably enough damage, but still. I don't like splitting, or I prefer splitting damage a lot more than just having a single person to rely on in terms of a one damage thing. But actually, I should have. Because that's just way better physical items in general, I think. Maybe except for Sanguine. So I probably should have just picked Cabrakan. Because then I can force them into at least... Like, Modred wants to go Mystical Mail. And that Mystical Mail is going to be pretty shit into the majority of us. Unless he swaps it up. And there's also shit like Nemean and stuff. Well, there's still good passives. The fact that you're losing out. Losing out on the protection itself is still pretty big. Modric does have a heal, but he's the only god on that team with a heal. I don't know if Brawlers is really worth it in that case. Fuck. I would like Brawlers though, but I guess Devos it is. Probably going to rush a Contagion though. I think Contagion Sanguine sounds pretty nice. Oh, I'm gonna be pretty squishy to Mordred though. I mean, Brawlers is still actually not bad. Maybe I should go Brawler second.
Minions have spawned.
Nah, it's too late for that now. Do I just start blue though? I do have Sunder. No, I think I'll do Smalls though. I don't think I do enough damage. I don't want to lose too many creeps. I don't want to lose any creeps. And I lost a creep. Okay, fuck. Never mind, I guess. It doesn't even matter. It's not the ability I wanted to press at all. Damn, that might have been a kill potential if I don't fuck up my wall. Damn. Alright, I gotta stop ability spamming this much. Just said it. I gotta stop ability spamming.
Yes. Set up an ambush. Enemy spotted. Retreat. Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn, man. Fucked up the wall. Terrible walls so far. Really, really bad walls. Yeah, he's 5. I don't even want to fight. Oh my god, I'm sorry guys. I'm sorry. My bad. It's been 4 minutes. I apologize. Nothing has happened so far, guys. My walls have been perfect. Sorry, I don't know why. Today I'm a little distracted from the chat. I don't know, I'm not looking too much today. I do apologize. Bot watchers, fuck, I can't even warn them now. Thank you for letting me know, though. I'm just fucking not around today.
Yo, they didn't invade. I was about to say, you're in your own little world, aren't you?
Damn, they're so deep. We didn't get any kills out of that either? That's crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm trying to get to you guys in one. Silas gonna be ulting all of you.
Fabuloso.
You're fine.
Feel that in the morning. Your right tower is under attack.
I already fucked up that exchange. I don't know what to build on Thor, man. I feel like I should just go Brawlers. Like, fuck it, because you don't build Regrowth. And I don't know if I like Mystical Mail in this game, because everyone is going to be pretty easy to... Or, like, everyone is almost self-peeling. Like, who am I going to stick to in that game? In this game. Like, at best, it's going to be the On Her. I'm so far behind XP now because of that.
You're quite far away from your mic, by the way.
Yeah, you're quiet as fuck. I had no idea where to sit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mic was put in. This should be better now.
Enemy missing right. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy
I guess Brawler still is good. It's just like borderline broken if you're against the healer, but it's still a good item by itself.
I need some help here.
I'm on my way, but are you toast or what's happening? We're on the way.
That's Honor Beats ult, Skepri ult.
Okay, try to come to me. Man, I don't have my ult though. Nice. That's big.
Honor ult, I can ult.
That's Scylla here as well.
Yeah, I just shouldn't fight. He's so tanky to me. He's going really ham on... Motor's gonna TP, guys.
Literally was just about to get my ult.
Or just TPing, no.
Scylla's literally
he's
just
still
sitting
here.
out here as well. Yeah, I have no mana suddenly. Yeah, I'm coming to you. Momo.
Oh no, if I'm backing.
I'll just go back to mid.
My ult is more drip.
My wall didn't want to go off. Motor is 1 HP behind, man. Fucking hell. Did not expect the Odin there. Fuck me, dude. What fucking shit timing? It is kind of the bad part about going Devos on someone like Thor, though, because you can't
they're
fight
gonna
back
top right
early
side
into
for the bottom.
someone like Modred
Never mind.
when I'm not tanky. But well, it'll work out.
Your right tower is under attack.
I absolutely fucked everything there.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, let's back for this.
Excellent.
The thing about Yeto is that he also just plays it like it's normally solo. Like it's like Smite 1 solo, where you just always fight. He's never gaining a lead because of it, because he's not farming. He could take all my fucking farm, but he's not doing that. And I get it very well, because it's how I play Soggin sometimes. But you're not getting any lead. Like, he just forced me back. He's not taking my back camps. He's not building a lead off of what he's doing. If you get a kill, sure, but the chance of getting a kill in solo at this time, when people are starting to get pretty tanky, is pretty low. And I'm honestly just playing it bad too. Like, I shouldn't be fighting at all.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Your
damn.
right tower is under attack. Your left
My tower, man. Hello?
Just a gold.
The fuck was that?
I don't have my Sunder, but we should be able to get it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
careful, right?
I'm back and I'm going there. Watch out him. Watch out on the left.
Help right lane.
On my way.
They hit like a baby.
Okay, I guess Scylla is just fucking silent. I couldn't hear that shit go off at all.
Your right tower is under attack.
No, my decision making is some special shit this game. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Like getting knocked up out of my backflip, it's insane. That the bug's still there.
I don't think it's a bug, it's just abilities taking too fucking long to go off sometimes.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, then Modron ults. Like, what the fuck, man? Why are they playing,
they're
playing so
pre-made.
fucking cancerous? Why the fuck are they sitting in blue buff waiting for me to do anything? Yeah, these guys are giga camping me, I can't play the game.
They're going bottom left hand side.
I'm fucking fucking up my lane. He's
God, I can't even TP.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm coming left. Scylla's gonna be there as well. They're backing out. There's Mordred right there as well.
The rain shall
Come to me.
wash them away.
Scylla doesn't mana.
Yep. Scylla just dashed.
Your
Nah,
middle
she's
tower
out.
Okay, wind
Literally
sprites, of course.
enemy has been slain.
I'll be on my way.
Blessing to you.
I'm pretty squishy as well, right now. And I'm so far behind. Like, Odin is level 16 as well. Wild.
Ah, careful, Mordred's right behind you.
I'll try not to rotate too much, I'm so far behind.
Yeah, that's
No,
fine.
just farm it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's chasing us, so be
Yeah,
patient
so
here.
he's gonna get ganked. It's fine.
Let's check blue actually.
I'm back and I'm going to mid, watch out.
Of course it's down.
Are they on Pyro?
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's Odin jump.
This doesn't look good, boys. Just get out if you can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get out.
Not really sure what we do. I feel like Odin just jumps in and we can't even fight him.
I mean, yeah,
Yep.
we don't have the damage for it, I feel like. That'll pyro. Can I pull gold off of this, maybe? Oh, I mean, they're going to fire, aren't they? But
That's big damage here.
Scylla Ola. Someone needs to defend left as well. Fuck, it was a bit greedy. I TP'd in, tried to sunder, but it was already down by that time, so I just put myself in a shit spot. And if I full commit, I probably could have finished off Odin. I didn't realize he was that low either, because I couldn't see his health over the wall. That was just so awkward. Like, he does that, and we can't fight him, man. He's just too fed.
Your right tower is under attack.
I honestly always forget about the use of that.
I thought he backed.
Odin all down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Well, at least I'll have a bomb accompanying my Sunder. Maybe I can steal fire if they go for it. Assuming my Sunder is back up by then.
Enemy missing right. Your middle tower is under attack.
Anchor is on it. He just reset.
I'm just for him. Just be careful with fighting. Me and not got for me. Under B.
Enemy has been slain.
Anchor jumped.
I'm ulting on her. I'm just pushing left.
I sense your fear.
Mortar's gonna rotate mid, careful.
Odin all down and Anchor all down as well.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I'll just try and stay safe. I have bomb and Sunder, so they shouldn't be able to get fire.
Attack red lane.
You think we can kill him? I'm not sure.
He's 18.
I'm coming right.
There's an Odin here.
Wash them away.
Can just push right since Odin is left.
Yeah, of course he is here.
I will fire. Yeah, you can just fire.
Yeah, I do have bomb. I don't have Sunder again though.
Odin ult is down, he doesn't have ult.
He's gonna be behind us. He just TP'd.
Yeah. Take the dagger.
Odin behind right, Odin in between. I think we should stay grouped instead of splitting up the fights.
Yeah, we're literally splitting up so bad here. Probably toast us one.
I'm ulting Scylla.
Any more help?
I'm coming in hard.
Anchor is quite low. No ult on the. Oh, you can kill the Anchor here. Anchor is 1 HP. Nice one.
Just go hard, push hard right. I'll get up the
He
minions.
has no ult, by the way. The little Capri, you should be able to get him. Coming to you, game. Nice.
Nice. Go with him, Aladdin. I'll push towers.
I don't think we can kill him. Or maybe, yeah, I don't think so.
Aladdin could have.
Taking too much in.
I'm getting out. Close.
You can push.
I
back.
suggest
Yeah, we should-
fall back into gold. Fall back into gold instead. It's safer.
Yeah, that's probably safe.
Then we can get some more farm. We need Neith and Sol to get way more farm. At least that triple brought me back.
So we need you here.
I don't think so. I mean, it should be fine.
No, but she's getting big.
Has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Not getting right.
Could try to put. I was about to say just try to push mid.
I'm on my way.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
What a dot. Ah, he's always on my ass with down here. My bad.
We can do pyro.
Destroyed a middle enemy.
Yeah,
Odin,
that's fine.
Odin.
We just gotta keep getting some farm, I guess.
Yeah.
As best we
I mean,
can.
just try to like stabilize with this, and then we might be able to fight them properly next time.
I'm trying to get my starter so I have like a lot of abilities to go down, but
We might need to fight here, boys.
Odin always seems to fuck me up.
Oh, onward. Nice one. That's a big pig. It's fine, they're one back, just the pyro, just the pyro. Oh, I'm coming to you, game.
Yeah, I'm just being annoying at this point.
Yeah, it's fine. Just the pyro.
I just need one more level.
You can take this by the way if you want. It's probably way safer on you.
Has destroyed the pyramid.
I'm back in.
Yeah, I think we just light up the jungle like a Christmas tree and look for poke. Or even just a quick pick.
Yeah.
I can't get
We'll
any
have to
worse
fight
though,
over next
my
fight anyway.
inventory is full.
I'm just so scared to walk up, man.
Yeah, just
Alright,
stay
just
behind
wait.
me.
Okay, Odin is left. Okay, I can fire these.
Maybe see if we can force his ultimate at least.
Okay, I got 20.
Yeah, it would be nice.
I
Like
can
now.
get
I think he
my
knows.
starter now, though. Okay, I'm getting my start now.
Alright. I wanna put a ward right here. Give me a second. There we go.
Okay, I got pen, I got my starter, I have beats and 15.
15 on 5. Should be looking to poke though. Mordred is here as well, and so is Sella. They're not gonna come through. I'm gonna be zoning them out. Nice shot, boys.
Odin?
Look
Yep,
at
look,
the-
I'm looking for Odin.
zoning, yeah. Yeah.
That's his beats. That's his ult.
Ult as well, I don't have anything for that.
That's fine. We can do 5. Or should be able to like go around fire.
Be careful, Aladdin.
They have a ward right here, just so you guys know that. Nice one. That's big.
I think we just forced fire here. I still have
I'll
bomb.
pull
I have
fire,
bomb and
yeah.
sunder.
Yeah, I'll just pull fire and see what happens. If they come in, just look to fight. Mordred just want to be
Mordred
going
behind.
low. Mordred just want to be
Do
low.
you want to
just
fight
so
this?
you know
Yes or no?
that. Yeah, we want to fight. We want to fight. Silla's coming from. Silla's going from the side as well. Look at Hungry here, to be honest. Like,
Chill out, chill out, guy. Watch behind you.
be careful, boys. Don't split. Don't split. Mordred is behind us.
I cannot.
Try to get Mordred. I need more players here, unfortunately. Let's go back to fire. Oh shit. You guys are in the line? I'm coming.
That's
You guys
fine,
are
he's
in the
dead.
line. Alright. Yeah, we'll pull fire.
Yeah, I mean, I have Bob and Sunder. Like, the only thing that can steal is maybe the Mordred, so we have to be careful for him.
The Mordred's probably somewhere behind us.
Should be fine. I mean, shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, the Scylla's not even here, so we should be alright.
Look for Mordred.
Take the dagger.
Odin next to us. Odin next to us.
Where's Mordred? Oh, just go now. Perfect. We can do Pyro as well if you guys want to.
Yeah, more.
Unless you just want to push mid, which, I mean, that's also an option.
Yeah, we can just do Pyro.
I saw someone pulling gold.
We need to defend the right wave and the mid wave, though, before we do anything.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll take care of the right wave at the moment.
Alright.
Your right tower
Oh, for fuck's sake, sorry.
No,
Oh,
never mind.
that we can do as well.
Never mind.
I didn't do shit this game.
I just fucking got cooked in the early game.
I got cooked in lane as well.
I think communication ends up winning that one for us. I assume that's probably also why they ended up surrendering, but yeah. That was a tough game, man. I fucked up quite a few times during my early game there. But like worse than that, I just I don't know, I just made some bad decisions. Putting myself in really stupid positions when I probably shouldn't have died. Part of it was probably just a little frustrating because I just, after going Devos, there was no way I could fight back into Mordred. It was too hard. Especially because he just rushed Mystical. What am I doing again? Oh, I'm upgrading something, right. Maybe I just upgrade this one. If I can get that early. I already regret that. I think it's a bad upgrade. I have to do a boss no matter what? Fuck. Oh wait, can I just swap? Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I thought I had to choose a path, as it showed, but never mind. Happy flower, that sounds great.
Select your
Hercules.
god.
I'll just pick the nasty Wukong. Let's do it. Partly because I don't want to deal with it, but actually because I feel like playing it. I haven't done it in a while. So why not? Why not? Oh, a merchant? Fuck, man. I don't have any gold. That's why I didn't go for a merchant. What a waste. Guess I get to upgrade something again. Let's grab this one. Buff up the ones that don't cost anything. The champ. Does do a lot of damage. I should have done this one first. Yeah, that sucks. My sleep schedule is cooked. Wow, did you queue rank for too long? Are you up being passionate? Let's do this. Get that one on the table. I keep forgetting about that ability. I work night shifts. Well, aren't you... Actually, wait, why aren't you in bed then? Go sleep, Bengus. Just woke up, I see. Gotcha. That also makes sense. Well, this certainly smells like a Beats game. Shit. Loki is also rough, though. Into Hercules, I might have to go for Lifebinder. We'll see how the laning goes. Oh, Wolfie is the jungler? Oof. So how's your jungle, Wolfie?
Oh, it's fantastic, by the way, especially that we're playing two fucking monkeys. I mean, we can't lose, come on now.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
No, it's actually terrible, by the way. So,
yeah,
fucked.
no, it's alright. I understood the sarcasm.
Minions have spawned.
Hey guys.
It's alright. We have Vivas and Ares, I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're definitely... Yeah, we'll be chilling. We'll be chilling. All we gotta do is just force beats, and then you can just poke them late game. We'll be fine.
We'll sleep like 4 more hours in 3 hours. Gotcha.
Enemy missing left. I'll attack. I'll attack.
I might have to just sit back a bit.
I'm gonna blink now.
Let's pop the bird.
Loki or Beckers.
Yeah, he just got speed. Unlucky.
That's free.
I have a feeling this might be a tough one, boys. One of the best junglers in the EU against Wolfie right now, who Definitely doesn't play jungle. It's bound to go in a specific direction in this one.
You guys better go 10-0, because I'm already fucking in. You better go 10-0. This is so fucking shit. Lost my fucking speed buff and my eye.
Yeah, so it. There's an Cerberus coming to you.
No, he uses Sunder.
On my way.
Low cooldown. down.
Poor guy.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're gonna go for the purple.
Your left tower is under attack.
How close are you to 5?
Getting 5 here.
Enemy has been slain.
No, I think I just go full damage. Yeah. I was definitely debating it. I think Lifebinder would be better here on paper for sure. Because I'm just way more safe. If I get ganked by Loki, I'm gonna get a one-shot before my ult even goes off into a Hercules and a Loki. But for now, I'll be alright. And maybe the play is just to go for brawlers. Maybe.
They were the top right.
Careful on the right side, I'm on my way.
Yeah, we saw.
Ultimate is ready.
Be right back.
If you're backing, I'm backing.
Yep, I have devos. Could be going for gold, they are all gone. Look in Beckham's. There's Morgan missing as well, guys. Definitely.
Your left tower is under
What have they done to my Wukong?
What's up, Indy?
Yeah, I think it's fair to dislike this version for sure. But the thing is, like, the other one still exists. They just gotta buff him a little bit on his strength scaling, I think. Or his base damage, because something is definitely wrong. He just does so little damage in the other version that this one is kind of the only viable one. But once they fix that, he should still be good. He has a good kit.
your left tower is under attack.
He just came out.
Yep, she is going forward.
He's walking in.
Can't back right now.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right.
We need to get out fast though. There are 3 people coming in.
Can you guys invade
I
that?
think Herg is gonna rotate to right as well with a TP from below.
You need to hit.
Never mind, he's here.
I have ult.
He's got no stun for a little bit. That's alright.
I'm still turning my camera to use the bird, but it doesn't matter in this aspect.
Well done. Nice
The
work.
thing is, Aspect Wukong will be really fun as a frontline if he was actually just a little bit better as a frontline in terms of his damage, because you get a knock-up, man. You get a knock-up on the 2 with the Aspect, and you just have to stay in the Ox form. That sounds great. Sounds awesome. And if attack speed items were better as well, the Tiger isn't bad.
I'll take this speed.
Oh, sorry.
Don't know where I went. Probably just went to blue.
She's in the bush.
No, she's
Yeah,
not.
anything can stop you with a Tiger, but I still think it's cool, you know? It gives you options. But, you know, yeah, I understand the dislike for it, for the people that don't necessarily enjoy it.
On my way. It is ready.
Enemy missing.
Loki behind you guys.
I don't matter, he's not gonna go in. Loki all down.
Morgan is there as well, be careful.
It's fine, Mori's going back. They're probably going to the gold, you know?
Nah, I'll stop them. Loki's here behind camps.
He has no ultimate. Eula's coming top right side, watch out right.
Still at 200 gold, I don't want to back you
Your
up.
right tower is under attack.
There's Morgan ult.
Sorry.
Eula just jumped somewhere. Oh, he's just here.
Can you come to the buffer?
Yeah, I can do. I don't have ult for 45 though. I'll try to get to you.
Oh, be careful. I don't like this fight.
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, stand there. Just get it.
Oh, I thought I saw Loki also the
I'm back.
boy of Morgan.
Guys,
I
go
got
on,
it.
you can do it.
Yep. Yeah. Sub is here. They're probably gonna be coming through. I don't have ult.
Yes, under.
Oh.
Enemy missing left. The enemy team has destroyed
What
the
the
gold. Range to wash them away.
Unfortunate. They got the gold.
Feel the power. Your right tower is under attack.
Right, I think maybe I still go Brawlers. Like Herc and Cerberus.
Loki's right here, but fellas. Has bees down on him.
Ally has been slain. Oh, my horrific. I'll attack right lane.
I don't necessarily like Jade Scepter all that much on Wukong, but I'll go for it this time because I want some kind of defensive item.
I don't have ult, by the way. Oh, did I have wars?
Walk ward as well.
Okay, I'm back in there.
Sir rotating into mid.
Enemy has been slain.
Morgan rotating mid as well. Be careful, Neve.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna be way beyond. I'm here.
You can die if you want.
He has no jump. He lives here. Watch out.
Herc might rotate here, boys.
It's alright, I'm going to get out.
Ultimate is down.
Morgan ult.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Look, it's around.
Be right back.
Herc ult down.
Found Ula. And I mean, I found everybody.
On my way. Your left tower.
Nah, just don't fight that. Pointless. Hercules is coming from behind. Hercules is coming from here, by the way, fellas.
I'll TP once I'm back.
Hercules right behind you, Nate. He's diving. Oh, that's just one. Perfect.
They have
I'll be
fire.
rotating to this.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
Not a bit down.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
Look at you, limit. Careful, they're coming below. I mean, I do want to fight them. I don't have beads though, but I don't think it matters.
Morgan missing. Be careful.
That's fine.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Ranked is a lot more fun when Wolfie is in it, because he just talks a lot. I like that. And he
Got
doesn't like
innovates.
tilt and shit though. Well, maybe he tilts a little bit, but it's just a lot more fun. This is the type of shit that I miss with competitive. It's just talking to people and like actually trying to communicate, like all that fun stuff. I love that. It's what really did it for competitive for me.
Katika rotating left. Be careful.
They're going to be on pyro.
Bring the pain. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
I'm going left side. I'm going to try to gank her. Are they there?
On my way to you.
He's rotating too, guys.
There's bees down on Loki, all down on Loki as well. I'm backing out. Watch out. And it's just behind you.
Enemy has been slain.
Need to
I'm here.
back. Careful, Tula.
Nice. Should be fine.
Just get out.
Be right back.
I'm backing right.
I can bring them back.
I'm completely oom.
I'll teleport in left.
Too bad.
I'm here.
Oh, Ula is still here. Can we get him? Nice one. Hercules behind us. Coming to her. Careful here. Mori, don't group up, don't group up.
Be careful.
Like, I'm still out of mana, I don't want to
Never
fight
mind.
this.
Yeah. I mean, just back out, it's fine.
Why did I follow you, man?
I don't know.
Probably go for
Monkey sees, monkey goes.
some pin already. Wolf is the only EU that talks. I would talk more if, like, I like talking if I know
Mori
the
will down there
people,
as
but
well.
usually every time you hear someone speak, they're just being either rude or just toxic in some way. I don't really want to talk back to that, it's just boring.
I just farm right again.
Be careful, middle.
Sure.
No jam on the side.
I'm behind. Loki's coming from behind as well.
I'm not getting any warhorns though.
Oh,
B's down on Loki, and he was quite low. You might be able to get the Ula, maybe.
Morgan incoming.
Yeah.
Herc is backing, so he could be coming in.
I guess the thing I actually usually buy that
Thanks there,
I
bro.
didn't buy this time is Chronos Pendant.
Why are we so far
Loki's
up as well?
behind.
Like, I just told you guys.
Loki all down.
I'll just get left tower, I guess.
Yeah.
Moving into left and good.
I'm rotating now, but this doesn't really look like a great fight.
Nice.
Yes, I need some help behind as well. I've just heard walking at me.
Mori's in mid, just behind you all.
There's a Herc there as well, behind the corner, be careful. Just move to fire, I'll be on my way.
Yeah, I'll just stop her from backing a bit. You guys go straight to fire.
Like Neef, yeah.
I have the DPS. We can do Byron.
We can start it like good.
Herrick backed.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Like people mentioned this, I think last stream as well. And I mean, I don't want to look down on myself in any way. I don't mean to sound that way either. But just based on how Smite has been for a little while now, a lot of the really good players have quit. And I do think if you would compare me to the people who played Smite 2 in the beginning, you know, like the big ones, like Duduin, Nika, Klino, you know, all those guys. Like, I don't really think I compare to them. I'm definitely not saying I'm bad, but I think while they might be like a, you know, if they're the 10, I'm the 8. Does that make sense? Right now, maybe. I don't know. Obviously, it doesn't really matter, to be real. It's a fun conversation either way, but...
Ula mid. He's going top left side, watch out left. I'm on one.
Right tower is under attack.
No, careful.
How do you fire?
I'm not very tanky, so you still have to tank this Vivus.
He has under, so be careful.
It's fine. He's
He's
not
low.
going. There's no way.
He jumped.
Just kill him.
Yeah, I'll be on it.
Yeah, I was about to say it doesn't really matter. There's no way he's gonna be stealing.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm back in the coming right side.
Deduin is has been playing on and off, but like he kind of quit for a while. Like Deduin was one I really struggled with. I would even argue that like while Nika is obviously like I would argue just as good, Deduin's playstyle is something I struggled with a lot more. But maybe it's just that I've met Nika more, so I've got more used to his way of playing. But he also plays differently in like a ranked game compared to how he would play in an actual competitive game.
After this, I have start
But yeah. And the meta's changed a lot and all that fun stuff, so it's hard to say. Like I don't think I'm bad, but I do think if I went up against those guys, I don't think it would go too well for me. I would have to rely on my mind more than my mechanical skill.
I'll do a beast for 50. Someone there? One more.
They're red. We should do this.
Don't worry.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm coming with you.
Oh, careful there. There's
More
more all down. Nice one. Take it.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Yeah, Mori has no ult. Careful there, you're alone, mate. Coming around.
Middle enemy tower.
Cerberus very low.
Yes.
Can we get the Phoenix? Like, we just played slow. I mean, like, yeah, it was looking to the side.
We can end it there.
Yeah, we can end off of this. I don't have ult for 10, so once I get my ult, it should be fine.
Yeah, get the wave in as well.
Oh, okay. Well, that's 1 HP. You guys should be able to handle all of that.
You
There we
got
go.
your revenge.
What? Who?
You bet Yatu.
Victory.
Okay.
One more game. Yeah, I mean, this is just average Wukong. I don't mind playing it, but I can obviously like acknowledge how cheesy it feels to play as well, and how shit is to deal with. Like, it's really boring to deal with because there's just not really any counter to it. And I've played it enough by now to think that I'm okay not playing it for a while. But sometimes, just like so many other things, I'll pick it just because I'm not in the mood to deal with it. I'll do that shit with Afro. I'll do that shit with the Nemesis at this point, like I did last game, or like 2 games ago. So, but like Wukong just doesn't have a bad matchup because you can just sit back and farm. And if anyone tries to dive, this is unlike most other things. Like normally you can still dive things, but because of Wukong and the way his ultimate works, you can't really dive him easily either. Despite him basically being a mage like this. So he's just too hard to deal with. Not a whole lot of counterplay. Like you have to actually just one-shot him. And it was close at one point when I got pulled by a Herc into a 1 and Loki went on me. If Uller also followed up, I might have gotten one shot. Because I chose not to beats it. Like an idiot. It makes more decoys and transformations. Pretty much. I still think that I think it sucks that the strength doesn't get any value compared to the int where, you know, the pole gets longer. I think with strength, after a certain amount of strength, you should be able to spawn a decoy. I think so. Make it your interact button, like you would with Mordred. Oh, Q got split? Really? Damn. Maybe it's because you guys are duo queuing? Maybe you're into... wait, I guess I can check Nika. Maybe Nika is playing with someone else now? Maybe you are a duo queue versus a duo queue? No, that doesn't seem to be the case. Damn. That sucks. Why am I not in this game? Oh, it's just Nika. You guys are still in queue as well, right? Weird. That's so weird. Why did he go into a different game? Okay. Maybe his elo is too high? I don't fucking know. Have I reached Demigod yet? Was that my winning game? No. Maybe one more, but probably 2 more. I would imagine he's probably higher elo though, right? After double duo queuing with Sav for a while. Same as RSOS, okay. Alright. There's not really much for me to do here. Out with it. Futile weakling. Kinda rude. I don't know why I wasted. Fuck, man. Why did I waste that? I need that. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Oh no. Give me a good one. Give me an intangible one. No! Do I just have to take the 30 damage? No, man. Make him weak? Okay, that's a little less at least. Wow. Well, fuck me, I guess. Hit me. Oof. Oh, now I get it when he doesn't use any abilities. That's fantastic. So debuffed, man. huge. Big damage. Oh fuck. Can I end this round? I think I might need to. Thank God. Otherwise I'm dead. I guess I'll take that. I gotta throw something away. I keep forgetting I have this shit. I gotta use it. When you would die, heal 30% of your max HP instead. Discard this potion. Okay, so I can't drink it, it seems. Extra relic. No. Okay, no longer smith, but I gain more shit. Do I just risk it for the biscuit? I'll go for elites then. See if I can kill some elites. Grab some extra loot. Alright, let's see how cursed this queue is gonna be now. Okay, what's the first elite? It's that one. Then there's another one. And only 2 elites. Damn, that's not a lot. Damn, I'm assuming I'm just against you guys though, and then Valyrian. I guess we technically got baby gamed. You better ban that Wukong.
Select your god.
I'm tempted to try Morrigan. I'll do a Mori game. I haven't done Mori in a while. And should they pick up the Nem, I can use it too. What did I decide on? This path? Or the RNG path? No. Who dodged? Was it Rumi? I think. It's unfortunate, back in the queue then. Why did I just take 9 damage? It's because I'm hitting this thing? Oh, it does 5 damage? Why does it do that much damage to me? What the fuck? Okay, I gotta make sure I have some block then. At least my passive damage doesn't do anything there. Goddamn, fuck me then. And I think I get healed though at least. Great. Sounds good. Let's do that. Please, RNG gods, give me something. Remove a card. I have a curse, don't I? But I can't remove that one. I have a curse though. Man, ain't no way. Not again. Remove another attack card then. Yeah, I gotta go this way to the elite. Do I shop on the way? Sure. I don't have that much gold though. I'm 1 gold off of this. That wouldn't do anything for me right now anyway. Oh fuck, not this mob. I was really hoping for some kind of defense here. Oh well. By half my HP. Bro, what the fuck? They do so much damage. Oh, thank God. That saves my ass for now. Another dodge, I presume. Just try and bend fast then.
Select
Oh,
your
was the
god.
dodge. Okay. Bro, where are all the good items? Well, I can't use this for anything, man. Literally can't even play that round. They aren't attacking me. They're just fucking buffing themselves. I should have killed this one. But I was hoping for this card. Now it's here. Thangray, that's fantastic. Right, I'll survive. Intangible absolutely saving my ass right now. Oh shit, I have to kill them all at the same time. Ah, fuck. Okay, can I? Maybe I can do that next round. Because now that one dies. This one dies next round, and obviously this one shields. Fuck me, dude. I gotta get something big. Okay, not bad. But give me something better. Oh, fuck. Draw 2 cards, actually. That works. Oh man. Okay, maybe that's enough. He didn't die. No. This one's gonna come back alive. Oh man. I hate this. It's fucking mobs. Is that enough? I don't think it is. Nope. Shit. This type of mob in any game where you have to kill them at the same time is always so annoying. Every damn time. Okay, so... what am I thinking here? Lifebinder, probably? Because I will definitely not go full mage in this game. I actually think I might go full tank. Oh, dude, they're 5 magic? How am I supposed to go... the magic items are ass. Man.
Yes.
Okay. It does mean I will 1000% go for Sanguine.
Minions have spawned.
Careful, I have no one.
That's not bad.
Be careful. Sure. Be careful left.
Might be a quick game.
Completed. Be careful. On my way. Retreat left lane.
They got everything.
There's no I in team. Gank left lane. Enemy
They have a really scary comp despite them being full magic, but I think as long as we don't fuck up too hard in the early
Gonna be
game,
fast.
we should be alright. What do we even turn into? I kind of forgot. I think Hurricane is probably my best option, but he's level 3. Aladdin isn't good. Like, he's so bad early. I don't want to turn into Aladdin. It's back. Probably still have to go Chronos Pendant, because I need the cooldown. But after that, maybe I go Sanguine first. Sanguine is just way too good here.
ultimate is down. Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Your middle tower is under
Next time, it will go better. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Attack! Okay.
enemy has been slain. On my way. Your middle
Next time,
tower is
it
under
will go
attack.
better. Middle lane. Enemies in the right jungle.
Jaguar.
Be careful. Be careful.
Wash them away.
On my way. Next time, I'll attack middle lane. You have made me so proud. Enemy spotted. Be still.
Yeah, Herc is gonna work out pretty well.
Enemy has been slain.
Like, you're just cheating on Morrigan, to be honest with you. Like, what is he supposed to build? This is what I hate the most as a soul laner. Because if I'm against someone who is physical, obviously I go physical defense, right? But sometimes they have a magic jungle, and I fucking hate that shit. But into Morrigan, you need both, because she can just turn into shit. It feels so unfair.
On my way.
Yeah, we do have Yemoja. Wanari, I actually played a Yemoja game in your honor yesterday. It went very well. I got really fed, and I pretty much carried that game. But you weren't here. You weren't here to witness the greatness of the mojo.
Okay.
I have to back.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall
Alright.
wash them away.
I wanted to make sure that they actually end up getting that kill, but no need.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has left the game.
But you were tuned in mid your last game yesterday, I see. Yeah, so pretty late, but also I suppose somewhat early just because I did end it earlier than I have been this week. Hopefully Honor comes back here. Like, this game is looking quite winnable. The only current scary issue on their team is the Aladdin. Their late game is real fucking scary though with Aladdin Bari. And while Morrigan is OP, I don't know if I'm going to be as scary as those two gods just in their raw state. Even if I can turn into both of them if I wanted to. Just woke up, tuned into the guy and the team saying they took everything. Yeah, he was pretty defeated at the time. I think he's okay now though. I've lost everything, guys.
Enemy missing right. Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
Amazing.
We should do Pyro at least, Samamoy.
Sure. On my way. I'm honestly impressed.
I think I'd do Genji's next after my Chronos Pendant. Honestly, probably should have just gone straight into Genji's instead of Chronos Pendant. I just had cooldown on my mind, and my mind just went to Chronos Pendant, but realistically, it doesn't have to be that.
Completed. Enemies in middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my
Your
way.
left tower is under attack. Shut down!
Chase the enemy.
No, wait.
Towards the goal. Your be right back. Enemy missing.
Yes, enemy missing.
Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Retreat left lane. Enemies in the left jungle. Enemies behind us.
Jameer's on you.
Enemy spotted. Hey, enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
I'm TPing over.
Until next time.
Kinda sucks Honor keeps DCing.
All the time.
Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is
Not really much we can do about it, unfortunately, now that we have used our pause. Mojo, you might just have to go left while on her DC'd and defend.
Okay. Next time it will go better. Be careful. I'll defend left lane. Let's make this a delightful disaster. Enemies in the left jungle. Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under
Enemies
attack.
incoming.
Mid is coming as well.
Next time it will be. Enemy spotted. Be careful. Retreat left lane.
Go mid, go mid, go mid.
Be right back.
I could have played that a lot better. The Aladdin ult kind of ended up not being worth it. Because I wanted to use it for Aladdin, but... unfortunate. And then I aimed for the Cabrakan because I thought they had Sol, and then they didn't have Sol, and that just ended up being super awkward. I could have played that a lot better.
Be right back. Be careful left. Enemies in the left jungle.
You're right, I could have used the Wish Power. I keep forgetting I can do that on Morgan. I forgot. My bad. My bad. I haven't played much Morgan lately.
You have made me so proud.
Boys, did we lose gold?
Yeah.
That makes me sad. When I have 2 on me in the lamp.
Yeah, he sounded it.
Man, so we didn't get anything out of me being fucking demolished. That's so sad. Do they have anti-healing? I mean, not yet. I mean, maybe I just go for something like this, you know? Maybe I just go for something really disgusting here.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yeah, Aladdin's passive is that you can do that. Okay, I guess his ult is already up again. See if I can rotate in time.
I can't come. Just do pyro?
Yes.
So ult a little poked.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I gotta go back to farming. I was incredibly fed. I was so far ahead of everyone, but that death was huge. And I'm assuming Sol got the kill on me for that, considering she's the highest level in the game now.
Be careful right. Be careful right. Group up. Attack fire giant. On my way.
Both 1 HP.
Damn, that fucking Bari ult over the wall.
Nah, he has it already.
Yeah, just get out if you can. If you die here, they get fire. Well, probably not actually. Never mind. Fight to your heart's content.
Still have to get out.
On my way. Cancel that. Retreat.
Damn, I want this fucking item now. Very rarely do we ever meet 5 magic in the same game. I'm gonna fucking try and use this to my advantage and have some fun with it.
I'm on it.
I'm sure I forgot to press a million abilities as well in that fight. Probably could have used my life binder once or twice when I should have. It's too much shit to manage now.
Are they on it?
No.
No.
I'll defend right lane.
Group up.
I didn't ult it.
Ward here.
Be careful, middle.
On my way.
And I.
Retreat.
The waters brim until next time. Delightful chaos. Group up.
What else? Let's do Oni's last.
Bound up.
It's my ult cooldown. Okay.
On my way. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Blessings upon you. Yes.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Titan.
Could we?
Attack fire giant.
Cancel.
Fire is safer, but we can probably end. We need the wave though. No, just get the Phoenix and then go fire.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Next time,
Yeah, I'm solo queuing.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Yeah, we can probably do one more game after this. Then I'll head off after that, but I'll attempt to do one more after this.
Your middle
Maybe
tower
two
is
if it's a
under
short one.
attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
But I'm living the dream right now. The rare opportunity to buy only magic protection items, because my whole enemy team is only magic, is the best thing. Haven't been able to do this shit for a while. Not even the physical side of things. This is like a 1 in 1,000 games where the enemy do this shit.
Attack left lane. Enemies in the white jungle. Be careful.
On my way.
Yeah, GG.
Just gotta take
Well played.
time.
Nice, nice.
victory.
But yeah, Morrigan is still just so broken. You just have so much. I mean, this game, to be fair as well, I had. You just invite me. I had so many things to turn into this game. Mostly late game is gonna be Aladdin, like let's be real. But like I could have turned into Bari. I think a Bracken is still a good thing to turn into. Yemoja in certain cases. Hercules is always generally gonna be good. It's pretty nice. You still around, Sarky? I see you just online now. Was that my promo game? Am I actually demigod now? No. This is my pro. Wait. Do I only get 2 for my next win? Thank you, Yeto. Does this mean I only get 2 if I win? Surely not. Do you have Morrigan old on Insta? I think Morrigan is old is always the same. Like it's always an instant cast. But yes, I do. I don't really think there's a choice. As long as you press 4, you will turn into whatever you have selected. But if you hold it down and then right click, you choose your target. Every time I had to choose mid-fight, yeah, I mean that really sucks. That's just not a bug though. I don't think that's intended. Mid is fun if you don't have warriors running you down the whole time. That's pretty much it. If your frontline is the one winning, it is fun. But if your frontline is the one losing, it's not fun. That's mid. Same thing with ADC. And obviously, I mean, you could clearly tell that Wolfie doesn't play solo. So this was pretty apparent. He's doing his best. And he's probably never had to deal with the bullshit that is Morgan solo. The unboxable stupid god. I might do it again though. It was fun playing Morgan. I still really do like Morgan. I do have a Radiant for a reason. I feel like a lot of my favorite gods in Smite 2 has just ended up being really annoying to deal with, like Apollo with the Aspect. You have Apollo with the Aspect, you have Morrigan. Kukulkan is safe, Zeus is safe. Sobek is also probably one of them. Thor is definitely one of them. I think I'll ban the Wukong actually. Or will I? No, I'm banning Susano.
Select your god.
Let's see. Into Wukong wants something that does have healing in some way. Yeah, I know. I should have banned the Wukong. I was trying to get in their head, you know? Alright, Morrigan it is then. I'll do it again. This time I can't build the same shit though. Hello Neviat? Neviat TV. There we go. But I think my enjoyment out of Morrigan probably also comes from the fact that a lot of people have been dealing with the bugs that Morrigan ult brings. I haven't had any of them really. A very few amount of times I've had them, but for the most part, not really. Okay, so what do I have here? I have Merc, I have Bari. I suppose even Wukong is actually a pretty good transformation now. I guess he was before too, but I think this time it's probably a little bit better because you can put out a lot of damage in a fight or just turn into something where maybe you need just a little bit of range or some poke or some chaseability. Wukong is good. Dude, I love roast beef. I have roast beef in the fridge right now. That shit's great. Oh wait, I wasn't using my Radiant skin before? Wow, I really fucked up then. Oh, it's mid as well. Have fun, Yeto! The Wukong you really didn't want to deal with is gonna be in your lane. I mean, I'm happy it's not in mine. I'll say that. Alright. I'm sure it'll be okay. On the bright side, I'm Morrigan. At least I can do the same to them.
Thanks. Let's make this a delightful disaster.
Probably just do Lifebinder again. Feels nice to have. Wait, what am I against? Oh, it's Ganesh in the jungle.
Best of luck. Try not to explode in the first 5 minutes.
It's actually kind of chilly as fuck. Oh, it's because it's raining like fuck. Okay. I felt like a breeze, a really cold breeze. Now I just took a look outside the window. It's been raining like fuck.
Yes,
You're a solo? Oh. Damn, man, now I have to deal with it. Fuck!
Minions have
Okay, I mean, good thing I'm going Lifebinder. I don't have a heal, don't I? Yeah. So it ain't gonna be regrowth. Maybe just Nemean first. Actually, no, probably Contagion.
And not the fun kind.
That's still so good for her that she can just one-shot the Warhorn at level 3. Morgan passive too powerful.
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted!
Let's get the region more than the health itself.
That's too bad.
If only I could TP. Fuck. All this poke I'm missing.
Enemies have returned to base.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
Another opportunity or chance I should maybe take is to actually buy Chalice for once. Otherwise I'm just gonna get poked too much.
Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Wukong beats. Let's finish this. Contagion. Just got a bunch of region.
On my way.
What even is TSL? Is there like a neo competitive thing happening? I'm out of the loop.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Help!
Right lane.
Ah, I wanted to TP. I'm not sure, they're not really low enough, and I don't have my ult. I just have a permaclone in the ground now. That's great.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful, middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Until next time. Impressive. Remind me not to turn you into a fool.
More of them are showing up. Where did that one come from? I didn't know there was a new thing happening. As it stands right now, I'm not in any team. Like, it's not exactly a secret or anything, so...
Is under attack.
I'm not in a team, and I'm not even sure I would want to be honest. I'm not sure I would go into competitive right now unless they actually made something more serious. And that's not going to happen for a while, if it's even going to happen again.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Until next time. I'll leave my tower. Or the tower.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right. Enemies at the gold. Death end. Is ready. Attack. Completed.
Sucked that I had to beats as well, but just Ganesh.
Incoming left.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh my god. More visual glitches. I don't need more of them. There we go. Thank God. Thank God it worked.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack. The pyromancer has arrived.
Next time, it will go better. Save yourself! Enemy ultimate incoming! Enemy ultimate down! Attack! Follow me! Be careful! Next time, retreat! Take this jungle buff.
This matchup is truly special. Not in a good way.
Be right back. Enemies in the right jungle.
Your right tower is under attack.
Help! Enemies in the right jungle. Be careful, right?
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Until next time, I'll be in my tower. Or the tavern.
I saw someone TP. Where the fuck did they go? I thought they were gonna at least go secure blue or something, but that wasn't the case.
Retreat! Retreat! Enemy ultimate down! Retreat!
Enemy has been slain.
That's so unfortunate. That fucking Bari shows up. Okay, my bad, I guess. That's so awkward. Scrap Chronos Pendant.
Until next time, I'll be in my tower. Or the
Let's just grab this first, actually. Fuck it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Partly my bad. I thought that should be a free kill on Neath after she backflips, but... Oh well. Sometimes we do an oopsie.
Attack fire giant. On my way.
Enemy missing left.
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid. Wash them away.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
It didn't fucking die. I need the gold.
Enemy missing left.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Ally has been slain.
Of course.
Enemy has been slain.
Of course, dude, for some reason, my mind said, you're playing Wukong now. When you jump in, just use your 2 and then your 1 and you bird out, no problem. I'm not Wukong. Of course I turned back into fucking Morgan. Brain, please. Why?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Next time, it will blessings upon you. Retreat!
On my way.
Incoming! I've uncorked the good. Enemy spotted. Let's rearrange.
Man, so fast.
Your left tower is under attack. The Pyromancer
Retreat!
has arrived. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemies at the fire giant. On my way.
On my way.
Next time, it will go better.
Be careful.
I still don't know who to turn into. This isn't as easy. Like, Wukong is good, but he's not as good in the all-in. In the same way, at least.
Enemy ultimate down. Remind me not to turn. careful.
The
Enemies
pain makes
incoming.
us feel alive.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Enemies at
It
the
doesn't
Gold
matter.
Fury.
Don't want to write. We definitely cannot just finish it when they're like sitting there being. Like, Wukong Need can both secure better than we can on any of our gods.
I'll defend. Cancel that.
The enemy team has
Like best case scenario is that we somehow get it with like a crit on Merc or a double bounce on Hu Yi.
Next time it will go better.
But
Retreat.
it's really just not
Pain levels of
good. What we probably should have done was fight. We could just let Neith stand there, but I was the one who had to tank it. I could zone her by myself. But yeah, doesn't matter now. Irrelevant. I fucked up on Wukong though, when I transformed. I missed my one. I'm struggling a little bit on who I should transform into.
On my way.
I'm not really sure why the emoji was up there alone. They're all out though. That's pretty huge.
Enemies at the Fire Giants.
They're just really, really hard to kill for me. Or stick to in this game.
team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left
I also gotta get into my head that Ganesha isn't silencing me. I haven't seen Aspect in a while, so it's hard for me to get out of that. He just hurts. So I should have birded away
your left tower.
and then ulted instead of going for the insta-ult.
Finally it gets interesting.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back.
I gotta stop turning to Wukong. That's the last one.
Enemy spotted.
I'd rather be Ganesh, to be honest. The Wukong pick is not really helping me out.
Enemy has been slain.
The waters
Actually.
brim in excitement.
What was I trying to buy? Oh yeah. There we go.
Be right back.
Just focus on getting 20 for now.
Towards the gold. On my way.
Ward the fire giant.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Ward here. Group up. Defend.
Your wickedness stops here. Once again. Mirific! Your team has destroyed the pirate. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I guess we just can't deal with Wukong as the main issue here.
Banish the shadow.
Well hit by Sarki, but fuck me, dude. Bari just fucked me up. I thought we could fight that, but my team wasn't really able to follow up because of Wukong, I'm guessing. Bari no ult. They're all pretty poked. Maybe you can do something about it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm actually not too sure who to turn into this game. I feel like there isn't that good of a pick for me. Actually, Bari is obviously good, but I don't like the build he has. Why does he have attack speed? And Ymir is such a problem for me as well in these fights. Hasn't been a problem in the last two fights though, but... Can't really deal with the Ymir. He just walks up to me.
Retreat.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat. Be careful.
Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Enemies in right lane.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. No wickedness stops here. The middle enemy tower. The Pyro has arrived. destroyed. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
This is how the waters brim.
Good thing I didn't buy anything. I just kind of wanted to buy something real fast and walk out, but what I was about to buy wasn't really what I wanted.
The waters brim in excitement.
Impressive. Attack fire giant.
Attack fire giant.
Let's make this a delightful
I'll attack
disaster.
right lane.
Well fought. Shall we do it again over time?
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
What do I build here, though?
Wards left.
Let's go with Freya's Tears, get more cooldown. I want my ult up as often as possible. At this point, I might also just sell Lifebinder. It's not really going to be that useful. If anything, maybe I can go for what's that item called? The Axe, Shield Splitter. If I still want some kind of damage. At least I got my 1-off in time. How did that go so bad, dude? Why is everyone 1 HP? Wild. I guess I really do have to ban Sun Wukong more. Damn, good bait from them. That wasn't great. That was a rough dash. It's unfortunate. Happens to the best.
Your left tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Are they just on fire?
Enemy missing. Enemies at the fire giant. I'll attack.
Dude, what the fuck? How much is red buff ticking? 28 per tick? That's insane. I did not think I was gonna die to that at all. It's probably a combination of a bit of different things. He has Soul Reaver as well, so I imagine Soul Reaver was a part of it too. I do have a lot of HP. Damn, dude. I'm actually kind of surprised I died there. Shit. Yeah, I mean, I think that's another just big indicator. Sell this shit. Get some protection against Wukong. Do they have crit? They don't have crit. More cooldown? Just do that. Damage.
Until next time. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Hello? That definitely worked as intended. I think that's honestly kind of is secured.
Retreat.
Flames dance. The frost bites.
Gotta get a 3k pot as well, maybe, so that I can actually poke a little bit.
Enemies in middle lane. Wash them away.
They're all really low.
This is how I fracture.
I know you want to go in, buddy, but maybe don't. We need you alive. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expected when I said it. I don't think that one was Wukong, buddy, to be honest with you.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
No, man, I even said it.
Titan's under attack.
Just don't go in, they can't end. We had one job there.
Under attack.
Yeah, no, some Wukong is really broken. He is. It's a pretty decent meta at the moment, but some things are just very, very broken still, yeah. Like, Wukong is completely broken late game, because his abilities, like his 1 and 2 scale in size as well with int. So the more int you have, the bigger they get. Which is bound to be broken, you know. It is definitely boring to deal with. Yeah, that was super boring. I guess we just have to ban Wukong every game, because it takes literally 0 skill to use to do all that stuff. I think that's probably the main issue, is that it takes so little skill to do. At least on someone like Aladdin, you have to pull it off well to still make him broken. That's not the case for Wukong with N right now. Sadly, it's the same thing with a few other cards, like Bari as well. I think is pretty easy to play. You don't really need a whole lot of skill to pull her off either. Still, you need more on Bari than you do on into Wukong. I do wonder how they will nerf him though. Okay, but we lost this one? Yeah. I think we kind of threw it ourselves too. I definitely think we could have won this, but we kept having people go in one by one and dying. I positioned myself badly sometimes. And honestly, I never knew who the fuck to turn into. Like, Wukong was my best option, but the problem is, it felt like every time I turned into Wukong, they all turn on me, and we don't have anyone else able to follow up on it. To be honest, so I almost got one shot every time I turn into Wukong. I can't just sit back and poke like he does, you know, normally. It's just, I'm not really sure who I should actually have turned into there. I tried with Ganesh a few times, that could have been really good, but same situation. If I'm on their backline and I'm Ganesh, I'm dead. No, I definitely think Neith has counterplay. I do think her damage is a bit too high at the moment, but Neith absolutely has counterplay. You just need to be, like, Assassins is her main threat, right? Warriors and Assassins that can just easily go on her is the issue. I don't think Neith is that bad, personally. But I understand that if you're playing a carry and you get a one-shot by Neith, that doesn't feel good. Because as a carry, you definitely don't have that much counterplay. And I do agree. I do think they're removing skill more and more to the game. I don't think I can agree on the fact that Pele is bad. I need that shit banned every game. At least she takes skill, though, I'll say that. At least she takes a decent amount of skill. And this is also no disrespect to our ADC that game, but I did feel like we didn't have an ADC this game. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he did alright damage overall, I'd say, but just comparatively. He's obviously up against the Bari. I get why he can't maybe do as much damage as that, but I just wasn't feeling much coming from him. I'm not sure what he was building either, but... oh well. Now it's just me nitpicking. But yeah, it's fine, guys. I learned the lesson. I will just start banning Wukong more. I still don't think the Wukong is like an instant win, but it's really annoying to deal with. Do I not have... no, I guess not. Guess I have to kill you then. I'll do this one. Fuck. This is really not ideal cards that I'm getting. Wait a second. Does this mean I didn't get my promo game? Fuck. I realized. It's absolutely cooked. Kinda had to choose between two evils there. If I want to ban Aladdin or Bari.
Select your god.
I'll do Apollo. I'll do non-aspect Apollo too. And then just go for a bit more of a hybrid build rather than full like HP and everything with the aspect. I want to play this like a brawling type build. Like go Death Toll instead of Bluestone. I think Bluestone is still nicer on aspect because you can just get to spam your one, but non-aspect, tank Apollo, just focus on the attack speed parts of it. And this way I can go Sanguine as well. Could on the other one too, but it just feels so wrong not to build that like HP. The more I'm looking at their comp though, the more I kind of want to go tank aspect though. And just actually go full tank. Because what the fuck is that comp? No, I'll stay non-aspect. Oh, man. Oh, I actually do get the chance to draw some cards here. Fuck. Dude, 22 damage I can't take. Can't nerf it anyway. Oh, fuck me. Hit me then. Take half my HP. I mean, I'm just cooked. Guess it kind of fits. Should be my last game in Smite anyway, so might as well just end that run. And the back too. Go that, go Devils probably.
I'll take one of those.
I think my first item is where I'm most confused. It is Odin. Who is Risk? He was top elo too, wasn't he?
Yes.
I guess it's gonna be April with a new rename, some shit. Or Kai.
Attack middle lane. Be careful! Be careful! Enemy missing middle. Behind us! Ooh, an ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Curses! I'll attack right lane.
What the fuck? How are those autos not hitting?
The rain shall wash them away.
Nice job. Defend middle lane.
It's back before blue spawns.
attack.
On my way. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Hello, Nordhana. Maybe go shield glitter actually, just for Odin.
Your left tower.
So it's just streaming and maybe you have a Mana Pentacle. Then just give me a chill. It's good to see you again. I've been streaming for a little while now, but yeah, I appreciate seeing old faces that still remember what I'm generally known for. It's good to see. Death Toll.
Is under attack.
Actually, someone told me that I'm being an idiot and not going Death Toll on things sometimes, so here we are. Now I'm not an idiot anymore. Take that.
Enemies in middle lane. Defend middle lane. Okay. Bye. Bye. Enemy ultimate down.
No, in actuality, it's because I'm going for an attack speed build, so I might as well go for the one that helps me the most later on. And I'm not Aspect, so Bluestone isn't really gonna do shit for me. And what else would I go with? Death Toll or like maybe a Warrior's Axe, but I think that's nice. I think I would enjoy it. But if I'm going full attack speed, I'm going Death Toll. I will be hybrid. I will not be a heavy damage Apollo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Middle. Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy spotted.
Unfortunate. Just kind of a waste of ult, to be honest.
Wash them away.
Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Be careful left.
I don't think Agni is looking at a single ping in existence in this game. Because otherwise he wouldn't be in front of the tower still. Why am I a level down?
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, Odin 3 does way more damage than I ever expected to, every single time. Every single time. I'm swapping my build. Let's do this first. I need the protection more than I need Axe right now. I'll grab Axe for when he decides to shield a bit later, but for now I suppose I should focus on protection. I don't want to say anything, but the fact that Anubis says that and he's the highest level in the game is so funny to me. Don't push my waves, dude. I'm losing farm. Yeah, dude. But you're also the highest level in the game, my friend.
Under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemies in right lane. The pyro on my way has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. Attack right lane. Attack the Gold Fury.
Now let's grab this. I will need some attack speed though. But I'll probably only end up getting that through my Berserkers. No, not just Berserkers. I'll go Pharaohs as well.
Your left tower is under attack.
Then after those items, I think I'm gonna have to go mainly into some damage if I want to be any sort of threat this game.
Ally has been slain. Enemy missing left.
Man, Agni just went in and died again. Go. I just don't want to fight. It is a Yeto though. Yeto wants to fight, literally wants to perma fight. I don't want to do that. Of course he jumps my one.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I can't fight. He has Sanguine. Literally, yeah, it's impossible for me to fight him with that build. How boring, man. Yeto plays the most boring shit every game. Though I suppose I can't say much. I played Morrigan twice in a row.
Enemy missing middle.
I see a lot of us, Sav. I see Nika doing the same shit now. A lot of us are just trying not to play the OP shit because it's getting really fucking boring. Every game. Like when I played Kukulkan against you guys yesterday. But then I meet Wukong, and Nika's the one playing it. I just don't want to meet meta shit. I'm so tired of it. It's so boring. I'm so tired of it. It's just the same shit every game. It's the same builds, it's the same gods. Snooze. So now I'm doing an attack speed Apollo hybrid build again, like I used to do in Smite 1. Why is my Anubis here? Suppose it's fine. Odin might have invaded otherwise. Still think I get it before he gets here though. I think it's okay. Like I also don't want to sound like an old idiot. Like, how dare you try hard in my ranked game? Of course, people are allowed to try hard in ranked. It's just really boring when it's the same meta, and the meta is so simple that everyone just plays the same shit every game. That's when it gets really boring. I think last meta was more interesting, because at least there was some variety in what was good in each lane. Now it's just play the frontline shit. I can't tank this for long enough and Odin's gonna be here.
Enemy has been slain. Attack the giant. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, we have no reason to pull fire here, we should just fight them. Probably shouldn't listen to the Agnes call, to be fair. Don't really know who he is.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, Silver Branch would be great. Dude, that would also help the gods that really need, like, or rely on attack speed.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Really not fucking hell, dude. Like, we're one man up in this. Whatever, man. I'm going back to left. Or not. Suddenly we initiated. Bro, go in! Kill him! Why am I just tanking it? Well, no one is going in! Why? I mean, I get it, they were in ranked, but still. Oh, actually chunking. I'm just sitting in the tower, trying to really help out. Oh well. We couldn't have expected Odin to jump over, I get it. Are they building crit though? No. What do I go next? Shifters? Let's do shifters. Fuck it. I like that item. Yeah, that was big for Acne. Getting the kill on Odin. Dude, what was Stumpseeker? Was that a Smite 1 item? I don't remember that. Granted, there's also a lot of items when I came back that I had no idea what even was. And I was not willing to get into it. That was too much shit. It was way too overwhelming. So there's probably a lot of items that I didn't actually know. And I still don't know. Oh, the infinite... Oh yeah, that was a pretty new one too, wasn't it? That came out in season 11. I remember that.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh yeah, that weird fucking item that people started using towards the end of season 11.
Okay. Enemies in middle lane. Careful, right.
Nice job.
Ally has been slain.
It was pretty bad for ADCs from what I remember, but it was situationally really good. Like, I started seeing it a lot more in my rank games.
Retreat!
Okay.
Enemy spotted!
Yes.
The army is here.
Enemy has been slain.
If we get Odin here, that's good, but... Yeah, I mean, Acne is slightly confused in this one. We've reached the dinner time of rank queue, and that is so fucking cursed at times. Fuck, I really need Death's Embrace. I gotta get attack speed as my last item somewhere. I just don't know what. Oboe isn't great. Probably Dagger, actually. If I have to get a single item, that would help me out.
Enemies at the fire giant.
He beats. Oh no. Fenrir is gonna be up quite soon.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Retreat middle lane!
What is Quan doing? Yeah, but why are you still up there? We literally just... we don't want to fight. We're just letting them walk in.
Nice job!
We're sitting in a tier 1, man. That's a terrible idea.
Destroyed.
That's literally nothing. Just let them get the tower.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Oh, my dash didn't go off. I thought it went on cooldown too. Magic. No, I mean, there's just not much to do. I picked something I can't really like solo carry on here. I kind of rely on, and I'm just playing it weird to be fair. I'm really buying some weird shit, but like I don't. Swan is so confused. The Acne is so confused. Nubia's doing fine. Just the logic there they're gonna use to try and defend the weird shit that they end up doing just doesn't really work out, and it's not even worth like trying to argue with them.
Completed. The Pyromancer has arrived.
I need 1.3 at this point, so I can just finish Death Toll and get Death's Embrace.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The enemy team has destroyed the Fire Giant. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, it's procced on every hit because of fucking that thing. Albie, what the fuck are you doing, man? Does it proc on every death toll heal? There's no way. Dude, Contagion fucked me up there. Because there's no way it procced on every... Is it just on hit? Dude, I'm not even sure I know how Contagion works, to be honest with you. I just know it fucks me up.
Tower has been destroyed.
If you stack for each auto you hit on them, or ability, well, 5 stacks, okay. I mean, I could also just read the ability, I guess. Excuse me. Yeah, when damaged by the enemy basic attack or ability, apply 1 stack of Contagion to them. Okay. Once per attack. If you basic it... Okay, at least wait for 8 seconds. Okay. What's the cooldown for it to... if you basic attack, apply hard control to the enemy with Contagion. Consume them to deal 1% of your max health. Okay. That's magical damage. It's also magic damage, so that's what I have least protections to. Someone life steals. Oh, if someone life steals 100 health from you, immediately apply 5 stacks. That's the issue I'm getting right now. That's what's fucking me up. Bro, how are we getting 1v3'd in the back or what? I mean, I have no idea what you guys are doing. Did you get 1v3'd? Boys, how I have 3 of them on me. How are we losing in the back? Yeah, I'm not sure. Odin, like, I will say their front line, or at least Odin's, like, the ring in every fight is making it so hard for me to sit on someone and just auto them. But I also think I need Sarki to not go in by himself and die, because I need him alive so badly. Maybe the best thing I can do is go Contagion. It's probably the highest damage I can possibly get, to be real with you. But at this point, whatever. Doesn't matter. I just need 400 more gold. Yeah, I did see him walking to the Nagas. That's just Acne being completely unaware of what the fuck is happening. But I also don't know why he's backpedaling. Please don't die. Please don't die. Man, why are we alone though?
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Is under attack.
We're winning here in a way, but Odin is just fucking taking all our Phoenixes because of this fucking Gold Fury buff. Spill's terrible, by the way, guys. Don't do those. My damage is so unbelievably low. They have 2 Sunders, though. This might be a terrible idea, boys. Like, there's no reason for us to do this.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Just get out. I mean, they literally have 2 Sunders. We can't fight this. And we're also losing Phoenixes. Dude, I'm pressing my Q. Why the fucking Nemi not going off? I'm so confused. It's so annoying.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
I'm not gonna call like people out for shit very often, I feel like, but what the fuck are these terrible fire calls? With just absolutely no reason to do them. That's so unfortunate I didn't get that. He's doing huge damage though. Huge damage. I wish I could even just somehow transition my build into full damage at this point, but I can't. Because all my damage items are fucking shit. Though, to be fair, I don't think this build is complete shit, I suppose. I can still tank a lot of damage, I just can't go in alone. I also really do need my Loki to stay with me. And me stay with him. Because if we're actually together on the back line, I think we have such a much higher chance to actually fight in these scenarios. It's still going to be terrible, I think, but... He only shelled himself. I think this one's cooked anyway. What is slowing me so hard, man? What is slowing me? Huh?
Defeat.
Is it the aspect? Oh, brutalize slows. I see. Yeah, I mean, do I even want to do another one? Sarky, I'm down to do one last and actually see just full on tryhard. But that would be my last one. I kind of want to end on something that's a bit more fun. But like, these games are so fucking stupid. Just half my... Should definitely get rid of Shield Splitter. Yeah, I should have. I shouldn't have gone for it in the first place. I'll actually pick something that is good in the next one. Don't think anyone has pulled more beads in a game of Smite. Yeah, I mean... This one was just cooked, like... Agni did fine once he had full build, but Agni was so confused that game, like One was so confused that game. It just felt like we couldn't fight back half the time because people just weren't around, or if I'm zoning 3, they're somehow getting 1v3'd or some shit like that. It's just a really fucking weird game. My build was also terrible. I went for a really bad build. I wanted just to have fun, but you can't have fun when you're against people playing only Odin! Odin, Hercules and shit! The meta shit! It's so hard to have fun in this meta, because people always build that shit. One day those items will be nerfed. It's fine. I don't really blame anyone for doing it. It just sucks. It's so boring to play against every game. I'm getting tired of playing it myself, and I'm getting tired of dealing with it. But if you try to play something different, you're just gonna get shit on because it's so oppressive. I always play these characters, though. I know. But you're also one of the most boring players to play against in solo. Even before the patch. No disrespect, but it's just the gotcha play. They're so boring to be against. It's such a snooze fest. It's just all the unkillable tanks. Yeah, but Nika also plays those gods. I can't, like, Nika would do the same shit. If Nika doesn't have the same items against an Odin like that, he's not gonna fight back either. I literally did that like a few days ago against them. You can't fight back if you don't have Mystical Mail and Sanguine and the enemy does. Then your choice is to sit in tower and farm. Especially if it's an Odin. And I'm playing Apollo, who's buying a weird build. If I went Aspect, I probably could have fought a lot better. because I would just go more tanky. I would have Sanguine myself, and I would have shit like Contagion. But like you had all the the big items. You had Mystical Mail, you had Sanguine, you had Contagion, and I can't fight back because I'm not building any of those myself. I was just looking to have some fun this game, playing something different with a different build, and it kind of worked to some extent. It wasn't bad, but since we didn't have an actual frontline, like Guan was struggling a lot, and obviously Guan isn't a great god in terms of initiations and all that stuff, so it was hard for us to actually get a good fight in. But I'll play something more tryhard in the next one, see if I can get a quick win before I leave. I haven't played Bellona in a while, so I might do that. I don't know, I'm a bit tired of the frontliners again. I don't really want to play any of them. It's kind of why I'm playing different stuff. People are getting mad at me for no reason. Who's getting mad at you? I don't see anyone getting mad at you. Nice. I'm so tired of Odin, I'm actually gonna ban it. Get this god out of my face.
Select your god.
Yeah, I'll do a Bellona game. It's the only frontline I feel like playing right now. And if I'm playing Bellona, I definitely don't want to see an Odin. Even more. I think Odin just doesn't have a bad matchup. He's just pretty much good into anything, and he's super safe. He's like the Jing Wei of solos. There's too many fucking ways to get away. Maybe it's more like the Onher. It's good at fighting, but if he needs to get away, he's pretty good at it too. No more. Oh man, what am I seeing? What are we picking here? I need the win, boys. Why are we locking in the Hecate support in the new one? Sheesh. We're so fucked, man. Maybe I'm a doomer, but this doesn't look good. We've just picked two absolutely horrendously bad gods. Actually, what did they first pick? I already forgot. It was Hu Yi, right? Yeah, it was Hu Yi.
Bellona.
Yeah, and Bellona isn't even good into their team comp. I can't stick to Ra very well. Like, I have to just focus down Hu Yi, but even then, Hu Yi is probably one of the better ADCs against me because of the ult now. He can just fucking block me. Oh well. I'm sure we got this one in the bag. Yeah, no, that one's justified, the MBK. That one's justified. I did the one Wukong game earlier today, though. Probably the easiest one I've had today, to be fair. What do you mean? No, Wukong is just so boring. He's so boring and so easy to play that everyone is so tired of him now. So broken. And you barely have to do anything with him. Tomori aspect player. You're right. I've been pretty criminal today. I'll admit. We're just both criminal then. We could be criminal together. Sit in the same jail cell. Do I have to go? Dude, I have to go beats this game. Their comp is fucking stupid. It's so much CC. Cell buddies, hell yeah. Well, this is the easiest build path of all time into a Hercules. Every game. Yoink me that brawlers. Yeah, good luck, Getsu. Might have a great spot in hell, yeah, I'm sure we do. In reality, though, I think something I want to play a bit more is Zeus. I want to play more Zeus and find different builds for Zeus. I think there's a lot of variety in how you can play him now. Because you can definitely just play him as a melee character. If you wanted to. You still have ranged autos, obviously, but like... His 2 is great from up close. It's easier to get detonate stacks up close. If you build him somewhat tanky and just go for maybe like a low cooldown, high tanky build and just cooldown spam or something like that, it could be really fun. I definitely want to play around with it more. Think I'm gonna lose a creep. Yep. I did indeed. Tank Zeus. Maybe not necessarily like full tank, but like there's a lot of items that give you int as well as protection that you can build into your kit. So it's those types of items I think I would use. Still some Bologna nonsense. Save the wave for the heal.
No. Wow, your right tower is under attack. Rain shall wash them away.
Saspa just not playable in lane. I think, at least for solo, yeah, I mean... I think that having the damage from the 2 is just a lot better. And it's easy to underestimate how much damage it actually does. Close. I just got CC'd. Perma fucking CC'd there. I was just trying to ult out that whole time.
Enemy missing
Fuck, I don't
right.
have enough. Man.
Curse it all.
The dash in there from Sarki was bold. I'm not sure we should be dashing in, even if we might be winning a decent fight there. Maybe if I insta-ult for the buff, that could have been nice, but then I also put myself in a bad spot. I'd rather wait until one of them is trying to get away, maybe.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
That shit went flying. Someone fucking calling me at a terrible time. Trying to 1v1 Hercules here. Shut the fuck up.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Herc is very powerful right now,
Right lane.
but he's definitely fighting me right now when he shouldn't.
Be careful middle.
After I think he missed his ult completely on me,
Magical.
he shouldn't have fought back, but I understand why he would take the trade, because Hercules in his passive form is so powerful. So another way you can look at it is he almost 1v1'd me without his ultimate,
Wash them away.
and I had to use everything I had.
Is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming.
Still almost got me.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
But I'm also very much using Yeto's infinite urge to fight against him right now, because I know he wants to fight so badly. I've been dealing with him all day. He wants to fight more than anyone else that I think I've dealt with in solo for a while. And it's really not worth it for the most part. But I'll fight back. Now that I have a god that I can actually use and fight back with.
Enemies in the right jungle. I'm over Elysium will welcome you.
Elysium, welcome
Defend.
you.
Okay. Young one. Okay.
Enemy spotted. Be careful, left.
Enemies behind us. Yes. Enemy missing left. Ultimate is down.
The rain shall wash them
I
away.
am your goddess.
missing left. Cancel that. That's enough.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. An enemy has been slain.
Welcome you. So you are capable of some things, huh?
Got a man up there.
Come on and hit me. Hit me.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
Gank.
Wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm over it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Gank. Cancel that.
Because of Sunder, I suppose shirt is backed. Let's go Vital. Get that attack speed online.
Enemy missing.
Walk it off. Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. Double kill.
Attack the Gold Fury.
My horrific.
I am your goddess.
Well, my team's cooking, I guess. Shouldn't have doubted.
Enemy missing left.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Got a man up.
He has regrowth now, though. Now he's gonna heal a lot too.
Walk it off.
On my way. Just sad.
Your right tower is under attack.
Actual New World diff. Why does he 2 brawlers icons? I don't see 2. What now? Guess I'll do regrowth as well. Fuck it. Oh, it's because yeah, when it procs, it has 2 effects. So it will either make me more tanky and well, you can read it. It has 2 essentially like two different effects on it. But if healing happens in front of me, both of them will proc at the same time. Otherwise, they aren't really gonna proc at the same time. One of them makes more tanky, another one procs like a damaging thing. That's about it.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just chase this for literally no reason.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
But like, this isn't really particularly fun either, to be real with you. Like, it's just... It feels like... Let me rephrase and maybe go into my thought process on what I think is fun and what isn't fun. I think the game becomes significantly less fun when items are doing all the work. This patch is a perfect example of this. The last time it happened was, I believe, it was the Erendite Stampede meta that was just incredibly dominant, though that was very quickly nerfed, because it was also glitched, I believe. Previous to that, it was Pridwen, it was Shield Splitter meta. There was one other item I'm forgetting now, but you had like 3 items doing yellow damage. Pretty much the same shit as you're doing now in this meta, just with different items. All that shit is so boring, man. I hate those metas. They're fun for like a few days, but then it very quickly becomes boring.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Hit me.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Might be the latest I've ever really bought Sanguine in this patch. Just too many other nice items to buy. Bellona can use all the items, man. Same thing with Hercules and Guan. No, actually no. I think Bellona is one of the few that uses all the new ones, because there's also Vital Lamp, which you don't really go on Hercules. But yeah, I would argue that these items are more boring than the other metas. The other yellow damage metas. Because these don't require you to do anything, not even press any buttons. Except for Sanguine, but there's no skill in that. At least Axe or Shield Splitter, the Axe is a skill shot. The broken part about that was it did way too much damage and it was in 15-second cooldown. So you could just always do it.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
When it rains, it pours. Oh, very strong.
Help! Help! Help!
Boys, where are we? How long is this frog gonna chase me?
No, isn't that just too bad? Elysium will welcome you.
I mean, it's great that we won the fight, but did I have to get sacrificed by the frog? Was that necessary? We didn't even get a tower or anything for it. I say that's my team's fault, to be honest. We're not even gonna get the frog, man. That's so fucking annoying.
Your team
And what
has
is that?
destroyed the pyramids.
By the cover of night.
My team are actually fucking blind. For that. I'm pissed. But also, did you see how skilled he killed me? Because I'm pretty sure it was all contagion.
No.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that I was killing myself, actually. I shouldn't have hit him in the first place.
Lord the Gold Fury. Complete.
Enemy spotted.
Gang. Hello, young one.
Hit me.
Enemy has been slain.
He's got a speed buff.
Attack middle lane. Attack the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed a
Is this a mage Hekate? It is.
On my way.
destroyed the fire tower.
Good game.
I'll take dagger as payment for getting sacrificed by the frog. Actually, no. I mean, my team sacrificed me. The frog was just getting the reward.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ultimate is ready.
Come on and hit me.
Come here like a baby.
I probably should have just let him hit me so I could get dagger off, but whatever. Dagger not used. Let's grab some more attack speed so I can keep healing. Yeah, 10 contagion stacks. Bacchus is really scary with this. With this new build. Go away. I don't want to fight. Well, you specifically. I think I can kill Bacchus in a 1v1, but it's really scary with Contagion. Because it can go either way. We both have Contagion. And because of my attack speed, no, I'll definitely lose. I would straight up make the argument that the most broken of the new items is Contagion. Is Sanguine bullshit? Yes. But I do think it has counters. Well, we both suck, I guess. We don't really have fire anymore.
Ultimate is down. Set up an ambush here.
Attack fire giant.
I'm over it.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
So you are capable of some things, huh?
Enemy spotted. Retreat.
I want speed buff.
Enemy has been slain. Your left
Poor Albie.
is under attack.
We need to just end this game.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yes, Sunder, we don't.
Your middle tower is under attack. And the rain shall wash them away.
Come on and hit state of affairs.
All magic flows through me. Yes.
Oh yes, Beck came in real clutch there. Yeah, we gotta end this game before we throw, boys. Yeah, I mean, that's late game Bologna right now. They didn't even need to dagger.
Goodbye.
Yeah, no anti-healing. I mean, full late game Bologna with this build.
Some things, huh?
You should have Contagion as well. Like, Ra just got destroyed by Contagion as well. Like, it's so... Like, the meta builds are just kind of boring, because all I did was left click. Dude, look at... It's a good Bologna game. Yeah, I mean, Vargas did such big numbers as well. Just rushes it too. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. If you want to climb, you gotta be a solo main or a full tank jungle. I can't cancel it. Leave. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think jungle, sure. But this type of build, I mean, obviously it worked out there, but now we're full late game and I'm already fed with a fire giant. But generally, this is not necessarily a like this doesn't always happen in Bologna, you know. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you stopping by as always, and yeah.